like that soil.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, a few minutes. We don't have.
Recalculating.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Recalculating.
Yes.
Yes, I did know that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, that was really nice. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, actually. Helping you out there. I'm serious. That's all. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, the restaurant. We're so like, we got like, correct. Yeah, right. You know what? Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. That drive door, that stuff. Yeah, I don't like that. Better?
I'll go first to wine and see. Not too much going on.
I got a new product for Christmas that I would highly recommend. It's
Back to back.
my hair very healthy.
Blackjack cup.
Sorry. Yeah, I know.
That's all. Otherwise, you can take it. Is it okay if I just my hands
Yeah, and it was just the White House press briefing. We saw that the operation carried out and
I'm not dying to take it. I need one
for Americans. Okay, they responded. Three basic sections we got momentarily. Announcement, I mean, dietary. Any moment RFK Jr. and the active protection for the biggest week still playing out overseas. U.S. military spending oil tanker lead to Venezuela in the North Atlantic and the administration had been one of the Russian Bellum 1 last month. Now, despite all of the requests from Russia to stop
You have a ladder here. Yeah, right.
I like slapped on eyelash on my way up here, so I'm gonna go straighten that out.
Oh, they had it scheduled.
No, they're just glued onto my face. They ruined my ass. Yeah, yes. Yeah, I did that for years. And then you know what? Yeah, and then sit down for sit for an hour, and then like after. But. That's what I meant. Not like that. Whatever you're talking about, I don't know what it is. Oh, no, I don't think so. She's on the
nice small world, especially with Turning Point USA, following the whole traditional Charlie Kirk. Some steam.
I did. I took all that.
He's been around for a decade plus. No, taking him out of the picture was effective, unfortunately. I hate saying that. You know, now that we're a few months out, nobody really was does seem
Any longer, I wouldn't be able to get up here. I have to go in like to the roof.
it's just
Well, the weekend. And then went to Florida. Yeah. How about you? Yeah.
I'm just staring at it. And I was trying, I'm like, stop. It's in Virgin. You need to Virgin. You were irritating.
I'm excited to it's just what it is. There's just so much
You did a little Florida, didn't you?
I'll send you the email.
Oh. Yeah. No, I saw your name. I saw your name.
Okay, I'm sorry, but is that the new Salisbury?
Apparently,
Went from tournament to slate to
inverted, yes.
great. I don't know.
Not what they teach in journalism.
Yes, I thought you don't have to teach us when you were really. And now
They would fall under protein. Somewhere over here.
there are people in the I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's uncommon throughout. I think people use it as a compliment. That's what that means.
Okay, but
taking me to that's the next step. Even though they have to move in a plus that settlement. The settlements are just very area with the last few years. I'll retire today. I'm not going to go to Florida. Oh, yeah? We're grandfather you in. We'll find a way to get you in. We'll find grandpa.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Yes, come on up, everyone. Lovely officials with me today. All right. Dr. Carson, come on up. Thank you so much. Good morning and Happy New Year, everybody. It's great to see you. It's great to be with a very packed room. I'm sorry we kept you all very busy over the holiday break. And I know there is a lot of news out there today, both here at home and around the world. I will be happy to take all of your questions on all of that news. But first, I'm really honored to be standing up here today with esteemed members of the President's Cabinet and his health team to make an important announcement with respect to the President's domestic promise to make America healthy again as we kick off the new year. In less than a year in office, the President and his incredible MAHA team have made real progress on this front. Here are just a few of the significant MAHA achievements thus far. More than a dozen food manufacturers and trade associations have made commitments to remove artificial and petroleum-based food dyes from their products. The Trump administration took strong action to bar hospitals from performing dangerous, irreversible, life-altering transgender procedures on children. The Trump administration announced funding awards to states through the Rural Health Transformation Program, an unprecedented $50 billion investment established under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The Trump administration has also worked with 18 states across the country to ban junk food purchases using SNAP benefits starting this year. And thank you for leading that effort, Secretary Rollins. Additionally, President Trump took historic action to secure most favored nation drug pricing and secured deals with major pharmaceutical companies to massively lower the cost of prescription drugs. And those effects are being implemented as we speak. Americans are going to continue to see the result of these incredible deals the president cut. And I know President Trump and this team behind me worked incredibly hard to lower those drug costs for Americans. On Monday, the CDC adopted common sense updates to America's childhood vaccination schedule based solely on the gold standard of science. This action empowers parents and physicians to make the best individualized decisions to protect our children, while also restoring much-needed confidence in our public health system. And as a MAHA mom myself, I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, Secretary Kennedy. To build on this progress, the Trump administration is now updating federal nutrition standards and guidelines to ensure that Americans have the most accurate, data-driven information supported by science and hard facts, not special interests or partisan ideology. President Trump has tasked two of the great individuals behind me, USDA Secretary Rollins and HHS Secretary Kennedy, with collaborating on this vitally important project. And today they are here to officially unveil the 2025 to 2030 dietary guidelines for America. These new guidelines are informed by the best and most reliable research on health and nutrition, particularly as it relates to the role of our diets in the prevalence of chronic disease in the country. They are also These guidelines are easy to read and understand, so every American, young and old, can access this information that literally has the power to change lives. But these are not just an updated guideline. These are the foundation to all federal food programs in our country. These new guidelines are going to update the food that is served to America's children in our public schools, to the plates that are served to our great men in uniform in our military, our veterans, and the food that they are consuming at the VA. And these new guidelines are also going to impact nutritional programs for the needy in our country, such as WIC and Head Start. Unfortunately, for decades, federal dollars has promoted low-quality, highly processed foods that lead to scores of long-term health issues, which means Americans have gone broke because of these health issues. Faulty dietary guidelines of the past stacked the deck against healthy eating and food options for everyday American families, which has fueled the chronic disease epidemic and jacked up the healthcare costs of households across the country. This failed approach in our public health system ends today. When these guidelines are followed, Americans will be saving themselves thousands of dollars. If we want to cut healthcare costs in our country, we must become a healthier country. According to the CEA, poor diet is the root cause of obesity, which accounts for $400 billion in medical spending each year. A healthier America will lead to a more affordable America. The new dietary guidelines from the Trump administration will ensure federal dollars go to real food to improve public health and therefore save the American people their hard-earned cash over the course of their lives. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Secretary Kennedy. The great people behind me will give remarks, and then we'll get into Q&A for the officials that are here on this specific topic. They will leave because they're all very busy people, and then I will open it up to Q&A with the rest of you on the rest of the news in the world. So thank you, and we'll start with Secretary Kennedy.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Today marks a decisive change in federal nutrition policy, made possible by President Trump's leadership and the work of MAHA moms and public health advocates who demanded reform. Today, in accordance with President Trump's directive, Brooke and I will release the dietary guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, the most significant reset of federal nutrition policy in history. These guidelines replace corporate-driven assumptions with common sense goals and gold standard scientific integrity. These new guidelines will revolutionize our nation's food culture and make America healthy again. For decades, Americans have grown sicker while healthcare costs have soared. The reason is clear. The hard truth is that our government has been lying to us to protect corporate profit-taking, telling us that these food-like substances were beneficial to public health. Federal policy promoted and subsidized highly processed foods and refined carbohydrates and turned a blind eye to the disastrous consequences. Today, the lies stop. The new guidelines recognize that whole, nutrient-dense food is the most effective path to better health and lower healthcare costs. Protein and healthy fats are essential and were wrongly discouraged in prior dietary guidelines. We are ending the war on saturated fats. Diets rich in vegetables and fruits reduce disease risk more effectively than many drugs. Whole grains outperform refined carbohydrates. Added sugars, especially sugar-sweetened beverages, drive metabolic disease, and today our government declares war on added sugar. Highly processed foods loaded with additives, added sugar, and excess salt damage health and should be avoided. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, my message is clear: eat real food. Nothing matters more for healthcare outcomes, economic productivity, military readiness, and fiscal stability. The dietary guidelines shape dozens of federal feeding programs, including Head Start. These standards affect 45 million school lunches every day, meals for 1.3 million active duty service members, and food served to 9 million veterans in VA hospitals. Today begins the work of aligning those programs with affordable, whole, nutrient-dense food. Implementation requires coordination across the government. I'm working with many of my fellow cabinet secretaries to deliver results. I want to thank Bobby Mukamala, thank you very much, who is the president of the American Medical Association, for committing to mobilize the medical community on nutrition. And I thank also the American Academy of Pediatrics for partnering on this effort. I also look forward to working with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and Dr. Marty McCary to fund and prioritize rigorous nutrition research at the NIH and at the FDA. The stakes are measurable and severe. A Johns Hopkins analysis estimates that 48% of every federal taxpayer dollar now goes to healthcare. The CDC reports that 90% of healthcare spending treats chronic disease. That means that 40%, 40 cents of every dollar that taxpayers pay in this country is going to treat diseases that could be averted through good food. The United States has the highest obesity and type 2 diabetes rate in the developed world. We spend 3 times more per capita than the European Union on healthcare, yet our life expectancy is 5 years lower, largely due to diet-related chronic disease. Our childhood obesity rate is 5 times higher than countries like France. 1/3 of U.S. teens have prediabetes, over 35% are overweight or obese, and 20% of young adults have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. 77% of military-aged Americans are ineligible for military service because of diet-related conditions. If a foreign adversary sought to destroy the health of our children, to cripple our economy, to weaken our national security, There would be no better strategy than to addict us to ultra-processed foods. It's shocking that our own government helped to drive these cataclysmic changes in our diet. The damage is real, it is preventable, and President Trump has ordered it to end. If the United States reduced obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and Alzheimer's to Japanese levels, we would save approximately $600 billion a year. About 50% of Medicare's projected long-term deficit, or $5,000 per family annually. Current policy worsens the problem. 42 million Americans rely on SNAP, where common purchases include sugary drinks, candy, and chips. 78% of SNAP recipients are enrolled in Medicaid, and 90% of Medicaid spending goes to chronic disease. These incentives raise healthcare costs and undermine health. This must change. A new framework centers on protein and healthy fats, vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. And you can see the food pyramid here. It's upside down, a lot of you will say. But it was actually upside down before, and we just righted it. For the first time, the dietary guidelines directly address ultra-processed foods and set firm sugar limits in federal procurement, driving a significant reduction in added sugar in school meals. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership and the partners committed to ensuring that federal food dollars support real food and better health. Thank you. And I want to introduce my partner and a friend, Brooke Rollins, who was an extraordinary collaborator on this.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. What a honor to be here. I think this is Caroline's first press conference back, and what a great way to start the new year, 2026. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. Your commitment to the well-being of Americans is such a blessing to this nation. We have been working on these new dietary guidelines really since almost day one. Bobby and I were voted on the same day and sworn in on the same day. So I think the partnership from minute one has been real and extraordinary. As Secretary Kennedy mentioned, America is in the middle of the worst chronic health crisis in our nation's history. Over 40% of the roughly 73 million children in the United States have at least one chronic health condition, and nearly 90% of healthcare spending goes toward treating people with chronic disease. Secretary Kennedy mentioned that, but it is really important to keep underscoring that fact. This crisis is unacceptable. It prevents Americans from living healthy and happy lives. And for decades under both Republicans and Democrats, federal incentives have promoted low quality, highly processed foods and pharmaceutical interventions instead of prevention. As a result, nutrient-dense whole foods grown by America's farmers and ranchers have been increasingly displaced. The Trump administration is acutely aware of this danger, and today this announcement is making a major step in doing something about it. Thankfully, the solution is simple and should be non-controversial. Eat real food. This is the main message of the new Dietary Guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, which encourage households and schools to prioritize whole, nutrient-dense foods. That means more protein, more dairy, more healthy fats, more whole grains, more fruits and vegetables, whether they are fresh, frozen, canned, or dried. We are finally putting real food back at the center of the American diet. Real food that nourishes the body, restores health, fuels energy, and builds strength. This pivot also leans into the abundant, affordable, and healthy food supply already available from America's incredible farmers and ranchers. By making milk, raising cattle, and growing wholesome fruits, vegetables, and grains, they hold the key to solving our national health crisis. And President Trump is mobilizing government to ensure families across America have greater access to these healthy foods. In the past 12 months, inflation has slowed and wages have risen for the first time in 5 years. Under President Trump's leadership, prices for everyday staples are declining and more help is on the way. Recent data show that fruits, vegetables, dairy, and proteins, including eggs, pork, and ground beef, are becoming even more affordable every day for our American people. American households enjoy the most affordable and abundant food in the world, and today's release only reinforces that reality. A healthy meal is within reach for all American families. These new dietary guidelines are a framework which is meant to be customized to meet the needs, the preferences, and the financial status of all American families. For example, a meal including such items as pork, or eggs, or whole milk, or cheese, tomatoes, other fresh and frozen fruits and vegetables, whole grain bread, corn tortilla can cost today right around $3 for that meal. $3. And soon USDA will finalize our stocking standards, which means that those businesses in America that take the SNAP benefit, what they are required to stock in order to take that benefit, by the way, that's almost 250,000 retailers across America, that very soon we will be finalizing that rule that will mandate all 250,000 retailers in America double the type of staple foods that they provide for America's SNAP households. This means healthier options will be in reach for all American families, regardless of circumstance, at levels never seen before in our country. These dietary guidelines are foundational to so many USDA programs, and their introduction marks the first step in connecting America's schools and dinner plates to the best of American agriculture. Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership, we are restoring common sense, we are restoring scientific integrity, and we are restoring accountability to federal food and health policy. The new guidelines are all about putting the well-being of Americans first, exactly where it should have been all along. This is the foundation that will make America healthy again, not just for those of us alive today, but for our children and our children's children and those coming behind. I want to end by saying God bless American families, God bless the American farmer and rancher, and God bless America. What an honor now to introduce another great partner in this incredible work, and that is Dr. Mehmet Oz. Thank you.
Congratulations to Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy, and do want to express my appreciation for what the President has done overall to increase the affordability of health care. The biggest accomplishment perhaps for the health system ability to drop down prices last year was the most favored nation drug pricing that Caroline mentioned. These are incredibly effective at reducing the costs, for example, of what the President calls the fat shot, the Ozempic, GLP-1s category of medications. We dropped them dramatically. But the best way to reduce drug spend in America is to not need the drugs in the first place. What you're hearing today with these dietary guideline adjustments are going to be massively effective, and not just dropping the need for us to buy these weight loss drugs, but buy the expensive drugs for autoimmune problems. We have evidence that food is medicine when it comes to conditions as varied as mental health issues from Alzheimer's and depression to fundamental realities of how children learn in school. So the question then becomes, what is this actually going to do in dollars and cents? And I had the group at CMS run some numbers for us to try to give you concrete assessments of how much this will drop the spend that the federal taxpayer must make for Medicare and Medicaid. And I'm more optimistic today than ever that we can address the fast rising rate of healthcare expenses in America because of movements like this. Right now, we're increasing health expenditures in America at roughly twice the rate of the GDP growth. We will correct that if we can get America to be healthier, because you can't be a wealthy nation without being a healthy nation. So 2 numbers for you to remember. The first is $30 billion. Why? 30% of healthcare costs are directly attributable to obesity. I'm not talking about indirect associated expenses, which are also present, but a very conservative number, 30%, are directly attributed to obesity. That's about $300 billion a year for just Medicare, If we were to affect obesity by 10%, which is an incredibly conservative and justifiable assumption that has been borne out in evidence-based dietary experiments, and trials. Just that alone is $30 billion of reduction of expenses for Medicaid, for Medicare rather. That's also obviously correlated with Medicaid reduction in spending. In Medicaid, it's a different opportunity because in Medicaid, we educate children. 53% of children in America are covered by Medicaid or CHIP, and we have programs to teach kids and their parents what to eat, and how to make these dietary guidelines that Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy have crafted with their teams into practice. It will dramatically change the natural history of how children are able to participate in life. But let me give you one last number. If we're able to get the average American, who today retires on average at age 61, get them just to work 1 year longer, because they feel so vital, so strong, so bullish about their future, because they're feeding their bodies nutrients that are essential to their high-functioning productivity, we will increase the overall GDP of our nation by trillions of dollars. So we will reduce healthcare expenses. At the same time, we jazz up the U.S. economy with trillions of dollars created by the productivity of American workers. God bless you both for making the DGA feasible and making it perhaps the wisest investment we could make in our communities. Marty McCary is one of my closest friends, the powerful leader of the FDA who's been taking brave steps along the line and has additional insights.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Oz. Today marks the beginning of the end of an era of medical dogma on nutrition. For decades, we've been fed a corrupt food pyramid that has had a myopic focus on demonizing natural, healthy, saturated fats, telling you not to eat eggs and steak, and ignoring a giant blind spot: refined carbohydrates, added sugars, ultra-processed food. This study in JAMA now shows that 60% to 70% of kids are getting their calories from ultra-processed foods. That's an epidemic. We now have a generation of kids addicted to refined carbohydrates, low in protein. They are literally nitrogen negative because we've used old flawed studies that used urine nitrogen to estimate body protein metabolism, and they missed the mark. The old guidelines had such a low protein recommendation that we are increasing that by 50 to 100%. Kids need protein. The old protein guidelines were to prevent starvation and withering away. These new protein guidelines are designed for American kids to thrive, and they're based on science, not on dogma. We have 40% of our kids now with a chronic disease. It is not their fault. This is something that is the result of bad advice from the government and a medical establishment that for decades peddled research from a flawed 1960s model. Today, we are setting the record straight. This is not a willpower problem of our nation's kids. This is something adults have done to kids, and we're going to fix it. And so, as Dr. Oz said, the best way to lower drug prices is for people to stop taking drugs they don't need. We are going to finally address the root causes of our broken healthcare system: insulin resistance and general body inflammation, advanced by the protein-poor, micronutrient-poor, ultra-processed, refined carbohydrate diet that kids are addicted to today. And so, on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration, we are proud to be a part of this. We are grateful to be contributing to this work. Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Thank you, Kyle Diamantis, the best deputy commissioner for food at the FDA the agency has ever had. This is a historic day in America. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope everyone's inspired to go eat a salad for lunch after this briefing. If anybody has questions on this topic, we will take a few and then we'll get into the topic. We'll start with our new media seat. If you have a question on this topic today, Jamie Franklin, she comes from the Conservator. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, first of all, Caroline, congratulations on your pregnancy. We're so excited for you. Matt moms across the country, including myself, are just so excited by what this administration is doing to make our kids healthy again. But, you know, we do have concerns when it comes to these blue states pushing back on a lot of progress that we're making as an administration. And particularly, we're really excited that you guys revised and streamlined this vaccine schedule. However, what we have seen is that these blue states whether it be, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or pushing back on immigration. They continue to stop your guys' progress. So what has been the response from these blue states? Because as MAHA moms enrolling our kids in school, this is a big issue, and we celebrate what you guys are doing, but we want to have it, even in the blue states as well.
I mean, my hope is that we only released these earlier, 2 days earlier. I'm sorry.
Duck is also high in protein.
That's an interesting.
Duck is a good thing to eat, everybody.
We only released the new vaccine schedule 2 days ago. The vaccine schedule, there's nothing compulsory in it. Everybody, I've always promised, I'm not going to take people's vaccines away from them. People who want to get vaccines, everybody who wants them can get all of the vaccines that were on the old schedule. They will all be paid for by the Vaccines for Children program or for the insurance the same as before. We release guidelines that we think are optimal to public health. They're the same with core vaccines that are required by the European community. And those nations all have much better health outcomes than we do. And they're based on their best science and also on their conviction that when you put too many vaccines on the program, it actually reduces compliance. It reduces uptake. And so we want to maximize the uptake of vaccines by making sure that Americans know we are making recommendations that are science-based, that are common sense, that are grounded in science. And right now, that's the best science that we have. And again, there's 3 categories of vaccine. One is the core schedule, which resembles the European countries. The second is for people who have vulnerabilities, for high risk, and that doesn't change at all. And then the third is shared decision making, which any vaccine that was on the old schedule, you can continue to get. So people will make their own choices, and that's what democracy is about.
I asked the boss, Caroline, for permission to add a little bit to this because I think it's really important. And by the way, Jamie, what a superstar you are. It's so fun to see you in this seat, Jamie Franklin. The blue state question is a really important one. And for those of us that are running agencies with these programs, I mean, I've talked to a lot of you already about how we have 22 blue states that won't give us their SNAP data so that we can figure out and ensure that those who really need these programs are actually getting these programs. Clearly, you all have been writing about Minnesota. California's next. We're looking at New York, some other states. The amount of fraud in all of these programs is absolutely stunning. And the challenge is, I mean, from Medicaid, et cetera, I know, Dr. Oz, you've talked a lot about that. This is a significant problem. And I think who's really harmed in all of this conversation and when these blue states aren't partnering with us to try to do this right is we say blue states and red states, but in those states, there are all kinds of our citizenry and that aren't all Democrat or aren't all Republican. We had a poll that just came out that had about 85% of all Americans believe that states should turn their data over on SNAP so that we can figure out where the fraud is and ensure these programs are going where they need to go. So my request of these blue states and these blue state governors is partner with us. Let us figure out how to do this better. Let us make sure that whether it's the vaccine schedule or the SNAP program or the Medicaid program or the child care program, that we are doing everything we can to protect every tax dollar, but to also ensure those who need it the most vulnerable in our society, are getting the programs they need versus those who A, are not even supposed to be here, or B, are cheating the system.
Jeff.
Thanks, Caroline. One of the changes that was made had to do with alcohol. Secretary Kennedy or Dr. Oz, could you explain the science behind the new language on not saying 2 drinks for men and 1 drink for a woman every day would be healthy, and whether or not the industry had an impact on the language of moderation versus just saying alcohol is not healthy and you shouldn't drink it?
So alcohol is a social lubricant that brings people together. In the best case scenario, I don't think you should drink alcohol, but it does allow people an excuse to bond and socialize, and there's probably nothing healthier than having a good time with friends in a safe way. If you look at the blue zones, for example, around the world where people live the longest, alcohol is sometimes part of their diet. Again, small amounts taken very judiciously and usually in a celebratory fashion. So there is alcohol on these dietary guidelines, but the implication is don't have it for breakfast. Right? This should be something done in a small amount with hopefully some kind of an event that might have alcohol added. But the general move away from 2 glasses of men, 1 glass of women, there was never really good data to support that quantity of alcohol consumption. That data was probably primarily confused with broader data about social connectedness.
Take a couple more. John?
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Secretary Rollins, I'm curious about with these guidelines. They're not mandates, they're guidelines. What are the practical effects of these guidelines on public schools all across the country?
Well, today begins thank you, John. It's good to see you. Today begins the first day now in a recalibration of the rules, whether it's school lunches, whether it's the SNAP program, whether it's as veterans were mentioned, our prison system, that now we begin the process of implementing and redrafting the rules to reflect what this new dietary guidelines for Americans actually is doing to our food system. So there is a lot of work to do. Nothing changes overnight, but as I think we've proven, this administration moves very, very quickly on all fronts, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and so you'll begin to see some real changes coming very soon. As everyone is aware, for many of our most vulnerable in the margins in our communities, the school lunch is often the best place for our children to get the healthiest meal. Hopefully with stocking standards and reworking SNAP and the SNAP waivers we've done, that begins to change too. But right now, that is going to be the single most important, from my perspective, move forward, is the school lunches and making sure that we're getting the right amount, the best amount, and the most nutrient-dense foods into the schools. Thank you.
You also mentioned, Secretary Rollins, cost when you had your remarks a little bit earlier. Is eating healthier more cost effective? Is it cheaper than just having a diet of processed foods?
I had a whole chart to show you, but left it in the back, unfortunately, that yes, indeed, that eating healthy, for the most part, we've got 100 simulations, is actually less expensive. The challenge is the access to those healthy foods, especially in parts of America where they have food deserts. They don't have a H-E-B or a Kroger or a Central Market. These are all Texan grocery stores, but whatever similar across the country. But that is why these stocking standards in SNAP are so important. So if you have a economically challenged family, and the only place they're getting their food is the 7-Eleven. We have a longer term important policy priority, and that is getting grocery stores into these lower margin communities. But for now, requiring those retailers, those 250,000 retailers across America, to double their stocking of healthier foods, that will allow us to immediately get these better foods into all communities, but especially the most vulnerable. Thank you, John.
Let me just add something to that. Brooke and I are working on a program. Affordability is the priority for the president. And we know we have to make it easy and accessible for healthy foods for every American. And we believe we can do that. We think affordable food is within reach of every American family. We are working on a education and information program that will allow American families all over the country to come onto our website and find the healthiest foods at the lowest cost for themselves. I'd also just add this. The idea that a cheap meal made of processed food is cheap is an illusion, because you're paying for it on the back end. You're paying for it with diabetes, with obesity, with illness. And if you internalize that cost of the meal, it would be a tiny fraction of the long-term cost of eating bad food.
So we'll take one more in the white blazer. Thank you.
Caroline. Secretary Kennedy, you mentioned healthy fats, but also ending the war on saturated fats. Can you clarify how much saturated fats Americans should be consuming?
I'm going to let Marty take that, since he wrote a book about it.
Look, the old dogma in the 1960s, when Eisenhower had his heart attack and Ansel Keys said it was the saturated fat, that's never been substantiated. And so that flawed research has become dogma over the years, and eventually the conversation was sidelined. In this new guidance, we are telling young people, kids, schools, you don't need to tiptoe around fat and dairy. You don't need to push low-fat milk to kids. And we are maintaining the 10% of calories as saturated fat in the guidance. The real issue is protein. The fact that 60 to 70% of the calories of kids today in America is ultra-processed food. These are the issues that have become giant blind spots where we're now putting attention. And we hope that there are conversations in every school board in America, in every church and synagogue and house of worship, every home in America will now have conversations. We've got to talk about school lunch programs, not just putting 6-year-olds on Ozempic. Food can be curative. We've got to talk about the microbiome and fiber and healthy whole grains and the good soil that food comes from and the healthy, clean waters and good farming techniques. So that's the focus of this guidance. Thank you.
Great. Some of you may be wondering why Dr. Carson is here. He is our National Nutrition Advisor working alongside Secretary Kennedy, and he's played a big role in this effort. So I want to thank you so much, Dr. Carson, for being here today. And thank all of you for being here today. I know you're all very busy people, and these people have a lot of questions on things other than diet, I'm sure. So I'm going to get to work, and thank you guys so much for coming.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All righty. Great. Does anyone have any questions? Rachel, why don't you start?
Thank you, Caroline. The president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela, but Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium since being back and since the historic and incredibly successful military operation, law enforcement operation conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last week. The skill, the might of the United States military and our country under the leadership of this president is on full display to the rest of the world. And let's just set the record straight. There isn't another military in the world who could have pulled off this operation. There is not another president in the world or in our nation's history who had the courage to authorize such a mission. And I think the world has taken notice that America is truly back. With respect to Venezuela, the Trump administration, led by Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the president's entire national security team, is in close correspondence with the interim authorities in Venezuela. We obviously have maximum leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela right now, and the president has made it very clear that this is a country within the United States, the Western Hemisphere, close by the United States, that is no longer going to be sending illegal drugs to the United States of America. It's no longer going to be sending and trafficking illegal people and criminal cartels to kill American citizens as they have in the past. And the president is fully deploying his peace through strength foreign policy agenda. So we're continuing to be in close coordination with the interim authorities, and their decisions are going to continue to be dictated by the United States of America.
Just one follow-up, when you talk about that leverage there, has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely, and what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president announced last night, this was a deal. This was a deal made by the president and his team with the Venezuelan interim authorities. This will benefit both the American people and the Venezuelan people. And Secretary Wright and the Department of Energy are working with the interim authorities and also with the private oil industry to execute on this historic energy deal. That's not only good for the United States, but it's also going to revive the prosperity, the safety, the security of both the United States and Venezuela as well. Ed.
Following up on the oil part of this, the 30 to 50 million barrels of oil, how exactly is that going to work? You're getting it out of Venezuela into the United States?
Yes.
And then what?
That's exactly right. So as you know, Ed, as the president announced last night, this was the sanctioned oil that was basically just sitting in barrels, sitting on ships because of the effective quarantine of the United States of America. And the interim authorities have agreed to release that oil to the United States, so it will be arriving here at home very soon. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil in the global marketplace. for the benefit of the United States, engage the world's leading commodity marketers, key banks to execute and provide financial support for these crude oil and crude product sales. All proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan crude oil and products will first settle in U.S.-controlled accounts at globally recognized banks to guarantee the legitimacy and integrity of the ultimate distribution of proceeds, and those funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people at the discretion of the United States government.
It sounds like it requires a lot of private sector engagement and agreement
And
from the oil industry and the banking industry.
That's
Do you
right.
have that yet?
There's a lot of private sector engagement that's happening right now. As you know, Secretary Wright, our energy secretary who's heading up this big project, is in Florida today meeting with some of these oil executives. And as we confirmed earlier, they will also be at the White House later this week. So they are absolutely eager to invest. They're eager about these opportunities. And Secretary Wright is a very well knowledgeable guy when it comes to oil and energy, and he's the perfect man for the job.
Another corner of the world,
Sure.
real quick on
Go ahead.
Iran.
Go ahead.
So just to follow up on the oil, 30 to 50 million barrels is an initial tranche, if you will, and then what happens after that? What
I won't get ahead of the plans that the president and his team are currently speaking with the interim authorities about, but rest assured, there is a long-term plan here. Secretary Rubio and the entire team are working diligently on it, and this is just sort of the first action that you all are seeing. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So in order to get these oil companies to invest billions in Venezuela, how will the U.S. reassure that their workers will be safe in Venezuela? Could there be troops involved?
At this point in time, as you know, there are no troops on the ground in Venezuela. The president, of course, reserves the right to use the United States military if necessary. It's not something he wants to do. Diplomacy is always the first option. As you saw, he tried that with Nicolas Maduro, but unfortunately, he was an illegitimate dictator and an unserious person. And so President Trump authorized this law enforcement operation, and now Nicolas Maduro is sitting in a prison cell in New York. So certainly the president is going to do what's in the best interests of the American people, and that includes workers from our energy and oil industry as well.
With that meeting tomorrow, what is the message the president is going to give to the oil executives, and what does he want to hear?
Well, the meeting is on Friday, and it's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now. Stephen.
Caroline, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
The New Yorker had a story yesterday on the vice president, and it questioned his, quote, notable absence on Venezuela. And the sub-headline asked, was the vice president's exclusion from the operation in Venezuela an expression of his anti-interventionist ideology or political calculation? Would you be able to discuss the vice president's role in Venezuela policy?
I did see that report in the New Yorker, and quite frankly, I laughed out loud because it's very clear it's a fake report that's trying to sow distrust and division amongst the president and his team. Let me just be very clear. The vice president has been involved in all policy. He is the right-hand man of the president on all policy matters, including Venezuela policy. He was, of course, read in and deeply involved in this operation from the very beginning. And he was present on the night of the operation via secure communication at a different location as to not damage the operational secrecy of this mission that was so incredibly important to ensure that this mission could be carried out successfully without endangering our troops. Sure.
The U.S. seized a tanker recently. Russia specifically asked the United States not to seize that tanker. Does this action risk a larger conflict with Russia?
I believe you're referring to the Bella 1 tanker that was seized this morning. The Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Department of War, did announce that seizure this morning for violations of U.S. sanctions. I've spoken about the enforcement of our sanctions policy at the podium prior to the new year, and this administration is going to fully enforce the sanction policy of the United States. The vessel this morning was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court after being tracked, and this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil, and the United States of America, under this president, is not going to tolerate that. I would also just add the vessel had a judicial seizure order, and the crew, so that means the crew is now subject to prosecution for any applicable violation of federal law, and they will be brought to the United States for such prosecution if necessary. Kelly.
Caroline, Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. You too.
I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things real quickly. The first question about the Venezuelan people. As you know, there's some 8 million Venezuelans here, some of them celebrating in the streets. There are Venezuelans on the ground who are concerned about their safety. What does the Trump administration, what is it doing to actually help people in Venezuela understand that they will be secure throughout this transition?
I think the fact that this president actually followed through on the long-held promise of the United States of America, the bipartisan promise to take down the illegitimate Maduro regime, should give assurance to the Venezuelan people and also Venezuelan Americans who fled this communist regime for a better life here at home, that this is a president who is serious about taking down illegitimate regimes and who is also serious about securing the security of the United States of America, including the Venezuelan American people. And I would just add that this is something that not just Republicans and President Trump have talked about for a very long time, but it is also something that Democrats have advocated for. In 2020, Chuck Schumer said that that at the time, President Trump had not brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was when the president began. Now you hear Chuck Schumer out there saying this is reckless. The American people and the Venezuelan people should be in fear. But this is something that Chuck Schumer has long advocated for. Senator Chris Van Hollen, same thing, had said that the United States is going to use its leverage and influence to push for negotiations to transition to the truly elected leader. This was under President Biden. We know Maduro and his cronies don't want to go quietly into the night. The U.S. needs to work to ratchet up the pressure. Now, Senator Holland says it's an illegal act of war to get rid of Nicolas Maduro. So the hypocrisy is really astounding here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to point it out, Kayla. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
So there are reports that the administration is demanding that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm?
I'm sorry?
Reports that the administration has essentially demanded that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm that?
Well, those alleged demands were made in a classified briefing by Secretary Rubio, and I know that there's a lot of leaks coming out of these classified briefings, so I'm not going to confirm or deny or get into what the Secretary has said in classified settings to members of Congress. But I think that the administration has made it quite clear to the interim authorities in Venezuela that this is the Western Hemisphere, and American dominance is going to continue under this president.
There have also been reports that the U.S. could potentially buy Greenland as one potential option on the table. What would such an offer look like? Is there anything monetarily you could provide, any details there?
Well, that's something that's currently being actively discussed by the president and his national security team. And I would point out that the acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open and clear with all of you and with the world that he views it in the best interest of the United States to deter Russian and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. And so that's why his team is currently talking about what a potential purchase would look like. Jackie.
Caroline, just following up on Greenland, why not rule out taking it by military force?
I know that past presidents and past leaders have often ruled things out. They've often been very open about ruling things in and basically broadcasting their foreign policy strategy to the rest of the world, not just to our allies, but most egregiously to our adversaries. That's not something this president does. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interests of the United States. But I will just say that the president's first option always has been diplomacy. Again, look at Venezuela. He tried ardently to strike a good deal with Nicolas Maduro, and he told him, I will use the United States military and you will not like it if you don't take such a deal. And look at what happened. With respect to Iran, the president said the same thing, right? He tried to have serious interest in a deal with the Iranian regime with respect to their nuclear capabilities. They were not interested, and so Operation Midnight Hammer happened, which was another remarkable military success under the leadership of this commander-in-chief. So the president keeps his options open, but diplomacy is always the first.
Quickly, just one additional follow-up on that. Does the president recognize Denmark's ownership as part of the kingdom? Because there have been some Republican senators questioning, the claim that Denmark has to Greenland. Is the president in that camp with them, questioning the legality of
I have not heard him question it personally, but you're welcome to ask him yourself next time you have the chance.
Sanctions are being lifted for Venezuela. We got to lift some sanctions to let the oil come in. Can you talk about that just very briefly?
Yes, so the U.S. is selectively rolling back sanctions to enable the transport and the sale of Venezuelan crude and oil products to the global markets, yes. Annie.
Thank you. There are some reports from Venezuela that the country's leaders are cracking down on the population, specifically suppressing public expression of support for Maduro's ouster. Is that kind of behavior consistent with what the president wants to see, how the president wants to see the leaders take on the population?
It would not be consistent, and I'll let the president's national security team speak further on that. I know they are well aware and tracking. Kelly.
Two questions. One, on the seized vessels, the Bella, the Sophia, can you tell us where they're headed, what happens to any existing cargo, and you reference personnel but potentially facing prosecution? That's one thing I'd like to follow on. And then
on the Bella.
Yes, okay. And on Annie's question, if I could also ask, does the administration believe that the interim regime should release all political dissidents and prisoners and return detained Americans?
That's not a question that I've personally spoken about to the president with, so I will let him answer that question. I don't want to make new policy at this podium today with respect to Venezuela. With respect to the two ships that you mentioned, I spoke with you about the Bella 1. There was another vessel this morning, the Sophia, that in coordination with the Department of War, the Department of Homeland Security apprehended it. This is a stateless, sanctioned, dark fleet motor tanker, and this occurred without incident. This vessel was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Coast Guard is escorting the Sophia to the United States for final disposition. To answer your question, Kelly, directly, this was through Operation Southern Spear. The Department of War is unwavering in its mission to crush illicit activity in the Western Hemisphere. And as the President has repeatedly stated, we're going to defend our homeland and restore security and strength across the Americas. Dasha. Dasha, go.
Caroline, thank you and Happy New Year.
Thanks, you too.
Two questions, one on Venezuela, one on Greenland. You've repeatedly at the podium called the current leadership in Venezuela interim leadership. There are Republicans and Democrats alike that say they want to see elections in Venezuela. The president had said it's too soon to do that right now, but is there a timeline for elections in Venezuela? Is he committed to seeing that this year, for example?
You just said the president has answered that question, so I will reiterate what the president has said a few times now to all of you, which is that it's too premature and too early to dictate a timetable for elections in Venezuela right now.
Caroline, you just talked to Jackie about diplomacy first, right? The Danes have repeatedly said they are willing to collaborate on all of the concerns that the president has, whether it's more troops, mineral rights, intelligence sharing. Why does the president feel he needs to own Greenland and not and put out the threat of military action when this could be done through diplomacy?
Well, who said diplomacy isn't taking place behind the scenes, Dasha? I mean, the president is interested in diplomacy. His national security team is as well. And of course, he's always willing to pick up the phone for everybody and hear out their concerns. But the president is the president of the United States of America, and he's always going to be very clear about what he views as being in our nation's best interest. Reagan.
Caroline, I have a question for you on Venezuela, and then I'd love to ask you about Minnesota and Tim Walz.
Sure.
On Venezuela, I'm wondering, does the administration hope to start sending more Venezuelan migrants back home or have them self-deport if the situation in the country improves?
As far as I'm concerned, the policies of the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security have not changed. All those illegally present in the country are subject to deportation. And I would just like to add how we got here. The president was very clear on the campaign to the American public, and it's one of the many reasons they resoundingly reelected him back to this office, that he was not only going to crush foreign drug cartels, but that he was not going to stand by and watch as the illegitimate Venezuelan regime was sending illegal criminals and gang members and rapists and murderers to our country, which happened to the tune of thousands under the previous administration and president. And so there could be nothing more America first than this operation that took place last week. And I would just remind all of you in this room that there were innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungare who lost their lives at the hands of dangerous Venezuelan criminals who were sent here by the Maduro regime. And that has been the president's North Star and guiding principle throughout his entire policy since January 20th.
Tim Walz in Minnesota, Does the administration believe that Tim Walz potentially dropped out of the governor's race because he could be under criminal investigation?
I don't know if there's a criminal investigation. If there was, I wouldn't be able to comment on it from up here, to be honest with you. But I think Tim Walz probably dropped out of the race because he realizes he no longer has the support of the people of his own state, which is a remarkable downfall considering he was the number 2 on the Democrat Party's ticket just about a year ago. When it comes to Minnesota, the fraud that we have seen, the wide scale of fraud, is really remarkable. It's egregious. I would encourage every single journalist in this room to go to Minnesota and to cover it yourselves. As for the Trump administration, we have officials who have been on the ground almost every day. Secretary Noem was there yesterday. Secretary Bessent will be traveling there later this week to talk about the fraud and to do a roundtable on this very topic. And I would just like to leave you with an update. To date, the Department of Justice has charged 98 total defendants in several Medicaid fraud and related case programs. 64 were convicted, and 85 of the 98 charged were of Somali descent. The DOJ has also issued over 1,700 subpoenas, executed over 130 search warrants, and they have now added more attorneys to their office there to absorb the case flow. DHS is on the ground going door to door conducting large-scale criminal and HSI investigations. They have also sent approximately 2,000 agents to Minneapolis to assist with law enforcement and immigration enforcement. As I said, Secretary Noem was on the ground yesterday. The Department of Health and Human Services has also begun requiring a justification and photo evidence for all child care related payments nationwide, and they required Minnesota to conduct a full audit of all child care centers. They also froze $185 million in funding to Minnesota. And Dr. Oz, who was just here, also notified Governor Walz they're going to begin auditing Medicaid recipients and deferring payments on claims based on waste, fraud, and abuse. The Department of Labor is also conducting a targeted review of Minnesota's unemployment program. Department of Agriculture requiring Minnesota to conduct recertification for SNAP recipients, and HUD has launched investigations into the public housing. SBA has also suspended nearly 7,000 borrowers amid suspected fraudulent activity. So, with all of that, rest assured this is an all-hands-on-deck effort from the entire administration to get to the bottom of this and to ensure that the ripping off of taxpayers in the state of Minnesota, and it won't just be Minnesota, it'll be any state across this country where fraud has taken place, and we are protecting law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to follow up on Greenland, there are treaties already on the books that give the United States access to the island. They can construct and maintain military bases there. We can house personnel on the island. The U.S. has control of landings, takeoffs, anchorages, etc. So I'm curious if you could just spell out for the American public what specifically would the U.S. gain by taking control of Greenland that the U.S. doesn't already have access to right now?
More control over the Arctic region and ensuring that China and Russia and our adversaries cannot continue their aggression in this very important and strategic region. And there would be many other benefits as well that, again, the President and his national security team are currently talking about. Jeff, I'll give you another one.
A broad understand that question on foreign policy. Are you concerned about increasing tensions with Russia because of the tanker seizures? And how does the U.S. action in Venezuela impact the ongoing relationship with China and the President's relationship with President Xi?
I think the President has very open, honest, and good relationships with both President Putin of Russia and also President Xi of China. He has spoken with them numerous times, as you know, since coming to office about a year ago, and I believe that those personal relationships are going to continue. But as for the President and the United States, he's going to enforce our policy that's best for the United States of America. And with respect to these ships seizures, that means enforcing the embargo against all dark fleet vessels that are illegally transporting oil, and only legitimate commerce, to answer your question much earlier, Rachel, determined by the United States is going to be permitted. And that's the policy of this administration, and he's not afraid to implement it.
One more stand back. Just one more stand back. I just asked the last one. I remember asking the President at the very beginning of his term if he was committed to Article 5 and NATO, and he said yes. Has his stance on NATO or his commitment to NATO changed?
Did you see his statement earlier today? He said we will always be there for NATO, even if they are not there for us. And I think that answers your question directly. Yes.
Just to follow up on what Jeff was saying there, will the president commit that if any NATO members are attacked, the United States will come to?
Again, the president addressed this directly himself this morning after seeing the coverage from all of you in this room on television, and he made it very clear we're always going to be there for NATO, even if they have not done right by the United States of America. And they have not, they have finally increased their defense spending at the request of this president, but it was only because of this president that they did that. We'll take a couple more. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Happy New Year and congratulations.
Thank you.
Two questions,
You
if I
too.
may. One on healthcare, one on Mexico. On healthcare, the president says he wants Republicans to be flexible on the Hyde Amendment in order to pass healthcare legislation. What is the White House's message to pro-life voters who say federal funding for abortion goes against their values?
Well, the president did not change the administration's policy. It was President Trump who signed an executive order protecting the Hyde Amendment. It's the Trump administration that has taken multiple actions on various fronts to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not funding the practice of abortion. What the president was saying yesterday was Republicans, and frankly Democrats too, need to show a little bit more flexibility so we can actually get something done with respect to the issue of health care. Republicans have amazing ideas. The president himself, as we spoke about earlier, has launched this Most Favored Nation drug pricing initiative, has cut good deals with Big Pharma. He wants to see Republicans and Democrats too, if they're willing, codify those executive orders into law so that these good deals can remain and these prices can continue to be lowered long after this president and this deal maker in chief is gone. Presidents talked a lot about health savings accounts and giving more money back to the healthcare consumer rather than to these giant insurance companies, and he's been very outspoken and tough on them too, and I think you'll see more and hear more from him directly on that issue. So he wants to see Congress get something done with respect to health care, and that was the point that he was driving home yesterday.
Mexico, Caroline,
Haley,
President Trump says the drug cartels are running Mexico. What action does he need to see Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, take to prove that she's in control of that country, in control of those cartels? And does the White House believe she's able to do that without U.S. intervention?
Look, I think the president was speaking very candidly and frankly about the reality on the ground in Mexico. Haley.
Caroline, Happy New Year. I wanted to
Thanks,
ask
you
you about the seized tanker, the Vela. There were reports before this that Russia had sent a submarine to escort it. Was there any engagement with that submarine? And then was the deconfliction line with Russia used ahead of boarding that?
Again, this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. The vessel was deemed stateless after flying a false flag, and it had a judicial seizure order, and that's why the crew will be subject to prosecution. Mary.
On Colombia, the president talked over the weekend and suggested that he would be open to an operation there. Should the president of Colombia be expecting Delta Force anytime soon? And then I had another one for you on California.
That would be a very unwise question for me to answer, to weigh into. What's your next question?
On California, can you share any more about the fraud investigation? The president said that there was one. Who's being investigated and where is it starting?
Again, this is going to be a all-hands-on-deck government-wide effort. The president has directed all agencies across the board to look at federal spending programs in not just Minnesota, but also in the state of California to identify fraud and to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law all those who have committed it. Take one more. Sure.
Thank you. Caroline, yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of January 6th. Democrats and mainstream media continue to push their big lie that it was an insurrection and that police officers died that day. The reality is that 4 Trump supporters died on January 6th and 2 women were killed by January 6th police. Everybody knows Ashley Babbitt was shot in cold blood by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, but there was another woman, her name was Roseanne Boylan from Georgia, and she was pepperballed, gassed, and ultimately brutally beaten with a stick by January 6th police officer Lila Morris. The Biden administration and mainstream media lied and told Americans Roseanne Boylan died of a drug overdose on Capitol steps. Her family is now asking for an investigation. Is the administration aware of the circumstances of her death, and will there be an investigation finally?
Well, for investigation, I will have to defer you to either the FBI or the Department of Justice, and I'm sorry to have to do that. But with respect to all of the facts that you just laid out, the White House relished the opportunity yesterday to actually create a new website to share the facts with the American public, but also all those in this room. We knew the media would be covering January 6th quite a bit because they think it's something that the American people are still believing their lies on. They think it's something that still helps their case against this president. Obviously not, or else he wouldn't have been reelected in an overwhelming fashion in November of last year. And so I would encourage everyone to take a look at the website. It's quite well done. And thank you all very much. It's great to be back with you.
Thank you.
And we should probably move a little bit closer now that this is broken down. Do you want me to hold the bag?
I'm good, my brother.
Okay, all right. Just watch the tape.
Minneapolis. And while I appreciate that everyone is here, I am fucking pissed too, and I fucking hate ICE. At the same time, I need some of you to go patrol our neighborhoods. To go defend our children.
Yes.
I agree. Not all of you can go, but some of us to go and patrol our neighborhoods. Go to bus stops. And I agree. The police should be arresting the person that shot somebody.
What is the message of this?
We need community patrollers on the streets protecting our neighbors.
The police are failing us!
They're just gonna keep murdering us if we keep going out there. We need to stop it now.
Is someone going to be arrested for shooting them or not? That's my question.
Someone should be arrested for shooting them.
Okay.
Chavez, can you tell us what's the message you're sharing with the police?
Hey, Blondie, you going to arrest someone or not? If I shoot you right now, is that cool?
They are murdering patrollers. If this is allowed to continue, they will do it again. If there are no consequences. Rapid responders.
They're not seeing us. I don't know what to... Sorry?
It's probably on their end, my guess is, because we're feeding.
Hi, yes, you got me? Hey, Scott. They're going to come to us next.
Okay, sounds good. Stay right
Maria, this is the other side of that crowd that was behind Adam Duxter, who you just saw on your screens. He was interviewing Councilor Chavez, who was asking some of these people to not disperse directly, but to go patrol other neighborhoods, noting, of course, that ICE is going to be in other parts of the Twin Cities as one of the largest immigration operations in the history of the country, according to DHS, is underway right now. As for what brought...
Quit your fucking jobs if you don't want to arrest criminals. You're doing very badly.
No one gives a shit about you.
Okay, thank you. Tell me when we're gonna be on again.
They said they're going to Lake Street on Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree. No, the eyes are there, right? I'm gonna hand you your mic back there.
Hey, Chief! Your boy's gonna kill anybody today? You lose your boy?
You protected a criminal.
You know they throw you under the bus too.
Oh yeah, you got your fucking arm in his car.
I'm talking to you. Yeah, you.
Bueno, mucho apoyo de la comunidad americana. Ellos, al igual que nosotros, están pidiendo que ICE se retire de nuestro estado, que nos deje vivir una vida en paz, una vida normal. Muchos de nosotros lo único que venimos aquí es a buscar un mejor estilo de vida.
How come they get the big guns and you guys only get little guns? ICE out of Minnesota. ICE out of
I'll stay up here. Thanks. Appreciate it.
You guys feel so brave behind your little plastic line now? You feel so safe over there? Because we don't feel safe. You guys are fucking murdering us.
Hey, Mustache! Mustache! You're the ugliest one in the group!
Horrible, horrible, horrible México lo que está ocurriendo en nuestro bello estado de Minnesota gracias al gobierno federal.
Fucking job! You guys will murder someone over a counterfeit 20 but won't arrest someone for murdering for no fucking reason? Fucking pathetic! Quit your fucking job!
Not arresting someone, you can always get a PTSD letter. You do what you gotta do. Right, Big Tail?
Oh, they brought more brown shirts, guys! They brought more brown shirts with bigger guns! But they're so fucking scared! They're so scared! They're so scared, you guys! Oh my god! We're yelling these things at them! And we're standing here and stuff so menacing!
You wanna feel safe!
Fucking pathetic!
Oh, Schwalsh, you're not smiling! Oh, smile! You should be proud of what you're doing! Protecting a murderer! That's your job! It's so great!
So you guys just don't give a fuck about the city? You only care about daddy paycheck?
I hope your kids are fucking proud of you!
Oh, they told their women they don't have kids?
So fucking ugly! You're an idiot!
Are you guys so excited to get to go home and beat your wives after this?
Oh, are you serving?
Look at how brave they are with their bulletproof vests and their helmets and their guns and their batons, keeping themselves safe from a bunch of unarmed fucking citizens. We wouldn't even fucking be here if you'd arrested the fucker.
Hey, everybody. My name is Thornton Stevenson. I am the city council member on this side of the street here. I just wanted to say a couple quick things. In 2020, I was shot by a Minneapolis police officer with a rubber bullet. I lost my left eye. I want you to know there are a few people who have less trust in the police than me. And so I want to let you know that I feel every day what you're feeling right now. And I am glad that you're here. Thank you for being here. I want you to know that we have tried to tell the chief and the sheriff that we don't need SWAT here. We don't need rifles. We don't need all this sort of stuff. We need an investigation. We need an investigation into what happened. So I just wanted to say thank you for being here. Keep watching. We all know that it's when you watch is when something happens. When you watch is when they do something. So please keep watching. But I want to let you know.
This 4 blocks away from where George Floyd was killed at. Let's remember that. Let's remember
I got a
that.
question. If I
Let's
murder
remember
somebody,
that.
do we get it?
Right around the corner where George Floyd was
If
killed
I
at.
get arrested,
Let's remember
It's not
that.
right. You would get arrested,
They
and
have
we all
hate,
know
they
that.
hate
It's
people,
not
they have
right.
hate people.
So anyways, keep
Press
watching.
included.
Keep being here
Right
and
where
making
George
sure,
Floyd got killed
demanding
at, not even
that
far from
a
here.
proper investigation
A black
happens,
man
but
was
know
murdered.
that there are at least some of us who are trying to make sure that ICE doesn't
We
come
on
back
native
here.
land. This is indigenous people land. We're on native land. Let's remember
Don't
that.
I know it, brother? Don't I know it?
ICE is on stolen land. ICE is on stolen land.
And there are still 2,000 ICE agents in Minnesota, so now's time to sign up for ICE Watch.
When are we going to wait until there's 2,000 observer deaths then, huh? I'm not ready to wait for that shit.
They need out now. They need out now. Right fucking now is when we say that.
How do we sign up for ICE Watch?
You can sign up for ICE Watch on DSA, the DSA website. You can also go through Monarca. I have a link on my page with a bunch of different ways on the Twitter and whatnot. There's a bunch of different ways to get hooked up. But I just want to say thank you for being here. And keep your eyes, keep watching. That's what we really need.
Everyone, if you're way out, if you're aware, ICE is posting up heavy video of people. Be very careful with your face. It's not right. Hey, sir, question for you. You think what happened here is okay? Hey, you got an opinion. Is that okay what happened here today? Is this what America looks like? What?
They shot her in the head. She was unarmed. She was unarmed. They shot her in the face.
A woman was murdered here.
This is an execution, and you are collaborating with Nazis. You are collaborating with the Gestapo. History will not forgive this. This community will not forgive this.
Right in front of you.
We're just a government that came out of state. So if you fellas don't want to do your job, here's a compromise. How about you tell us where the killer is, and we'll go get him. We'll get him. Give us his location or give us him.
It's effective to kids. It's effective to women.
Justice will be done
It's
on
effective
him
to
or
men.
on you. Make your choice. Do something about it!
Who are you serving?
Fucking do something about it!
You're nobody's hero!
Nobody!
Look what side you're on! Come on!
You guys feel so fucking tough over there?
You're out here willing to arrest people who will stand up against fascism? What fucking garbage is that?
Literal murder! And here you are protecting the fucking murder!
Nazi murder! When do you say I can't do this anymore?
Well, whoever goes for it.
When do you throw a fucking budget? I'll walk away right now if you got that guy in cuffs. If you're not going to hold ICE accountable, I guarantee you will not hold me accountable. You're here protecting ICE. You serve no useful social purpose whatsoever. How does it feel to draw paychecks for hurting your own society? On your job, join ICE. You might as well make $1,000 bonus. You should be ashamed. You should be embarrassed. Do you want to come to work today and do this? Someone was murdered here today. We're fucking dying! How's your overtime budget? You guys staying under your overtime budget this year?
We'll look into it.
acá más lejos, está donde mataron a la señora hasta allá.
Someone was shot in the face today, and you're just not in my station here. I'm going to talk your asses. Let the fucking shooter.
Sí, acaban de confirmar que la mataron.
There's no high station here, y'all. You're all over the south side. You're all over the west bank. You're all over northeast. Camera, 3/4 of us need to be out of the
It's called the Jasper employment of the Mirac structure. That was what happened to us, and then the other days.
All right, folks, you guys got to move. We're bringing vehicles through.
You guys can go back if you'd like.
Guys got to move. Thank you. You got to move.
Thank you, guys.
They got me good today. They man me down.
Hey, you're about to get arrested if you don't move. Scott, what you say?
Don't fuck with people. Come on.
Don't do it.
Stop.
What are you doing?
Come on, making sure you don't get reeled in my car. Let's go.
Hey Scott, just letting you know, we're still here if you need to take us at any point.
Here in case they start moving us live. We're taking Connor first, I can hear.
Do you need either Connor or I? We're here on scene still.
Let's go over here. Right over here, maybe. So, because Connor's right beside us.
I'm in more of a general sense.
You can stay there, I'll go back and forth. Connor first, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear.
Want me to take that?
No, I got it. Okay, but not before that?
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Guilty as hell! Indict! Convict! Send those killer cops to jail! The whole damn system is guilty as hell! Indict! Convict! Send those killer cops to jail! The whole damn system! Indict! It's guilty as hell! Indict! That's a good. What the fuck are you smiling for? You're a little buddy? The fucking my neighbor was fucking killed! It's guilty as hell!
Where are you going?
I see that smile. You happy now? You guys go home, be proud, and just sleep now? And die. You feel proud? The whole do you feel proud? Can you look your mother in the fucking eye? Can you look your mom in the eye? Tell her I'm proud of what I did today. I don't think so. Keep smiling.
I might be all over social media when I got tear gas.
I haven't been able to confirm that. There's no information. No, I've only seen it out playing with kids.
let them get away? That's not why you became a cop, and you know that too. You're a cop to protect your community. The choice is in your hands, my friend.
Thank you.
The least I could do. Oops, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
It's okay.
Looks like the tow truck's coming.
Do you want to try and get over there?
That's a long ways in 2 minutes. I mean, we could, but
Let's at least try and get closer to there.
1 minute.
Okay. Oops, I'm so sorry. Oh, Joel is? So let's just get up against the fence.
Did you get word there's about to be a press conference over here?
I did hear. Are they still getting everything set up?
Yep, they're still getting set up right there.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Stand by.
Sorry.
I'm going to shoot that way. Thank you.
34th Street. Walk sign is on the cross. 34th Street. 34th Street. Walk sign is on the cross. 34th Street. 34th Street.
I can see the
cross. 34th.
Yes, sir. Move.
34th Street.
They killed her! They killed her! They killed her! They killed her!
Where's Declan?
13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, good afternoon, Heather. I'd say there's still probably about 200 to 300 people out here right now. We learned that this started today roughly around 9:30. I talked with a couple of neighbors here on Portland who say the first thing that they heard was the whistles that are so common at these ICE raids and where ICE activity is. That is demonstrators or protesters blowing those whistles to alert their neighbors that there is ICE activity happening. And then I was told that they saw a Honda Pilot, which you could still see down Portland here. And what neighbors described to me was that Honda Pilot was blocking multiple federal agents. And at one point, a federal agent attempted to open the door of that Honda Pilot, and that's when we're told the car reversed and then went into drive, which is when we're told that federal agent fired 2 to 3 shots directly in the vehicle. And we talked to neighbors who say they saw a person taken out of that vehicle. They saw paramedics attempting CPR on that person. We were told at one point that there could have been an issue getting paramedics or an ambulance into that person to provide help for them, and eventually that person was carried away from this scene. Now, Heather, you mentioned the clashes between people here on this scene and those federal agents. I'd say it was probably around 10:30 today when those federal agents were attempting to leave the scene, and there were people clashing with them right here on 34th. At one point, literally 5 feet from here, I saw a federal agent push a man down to the ground and pepper spray him, literally point blank, standing over him. And then there was another moment where there was a vehicle attempting to leave through an alley here off of 34th. There's a group of probably 5 or 6 people standing in the way, and federal agents got out of that vehicle, got up to those demonstrators, and again, pepper spray and tear gas at point blank range. Again, just an absolutely intense scene here, but it all started today around 9:30 today. And again, as you can see right now, it is Minneapolis police and Hennepin County Sheriff that are essentially doing crowd control. We had people here on the scene say that there is potentially more federal enforcement happening not too far from here. And so a good portion of those people left. We can actually hear whistles off in the distance right now, again, notifying that there is some sort of federal activity, maybe even happening a block away. So again, we're told, Heather, just to remember, this week started what ICE is calling the largest federal ICE activity ever. They call it their largest enforcement of all time. 2,000 federal agents descending here on the Twin Cities. One expert told CBS there are as many Homeland Security investigators in Minneapolis alone right now as there is the whole state of Arizona. But this is how things go, Heather. You hear the whistles.
You are complicit.
People run, and I apologize for the language that you're hearing over the air right now. But again, very, very high emotions here. Neighbors incredibly shaken that this happened on their street. And one thing, Heather, that I really do want to emphasize and clarify, I did ask neighbors, I said, what do you think led up to this? And again, they said there was some sort of federal enforcement going on Portland and 34th, or at least in the area here in South Minneapolis prior to this. And again, that Honda Pilot with multiple people inside was, we're told, in the way of multiple federal agents. And again, a federal agent, we're told, got out of their vehicle, attempted to open the door of that Honda Pilot while people were inside. The pilot, we're told, reversed and then drove away. And again, that's when those shots rang out. And one thing I do also want to emphasize, Heather, is that we are told, and I have personally seen, there is cell phone video of that shooting, and you can physically see and hear the moment when the shots.
They told us they would come to Congress before doing so because they also understand, or pretended anyway, to understand our Constitution. As I said, they didn't even tell us for days that there were American casualties, 2 of whom are still recovering in the hospital, and thank God we were just told we'll be okay. Frankly, the only moment of honesty in all this so far has been when Donald Trump that morning said, this is about oil. And I think he said it 12 plus times and has continued to say it. And then when he at least was willing to say what Rubio and others have tried to cover up and obfuscate, which is we're going to, quote unquote, run this country. Again, none of the questions about what that looks like were answered by Secretary Rubio in the briefing we just came out of. Frankly, I think the only people who are getting the truth here, and the president confirmed this on Air Force One the other night, are the oil executives who stand to make record-breaking profits. And having fought in a war for oil, I refuse to allow that to happen again. We already spent $7 trillion plus on 2 forever wars that never should have been started in the first place. And the choice now before us is, do we want to send more of our blood and treasure, our most precious resources, our young men and women, into a country that is a mess and has been a mess? Or the 6 others, by the way, that the president and his advisors have named and tweeted about? Or do we actually want to invest in the American people? Do we want to get health care for everyone? Do we want to get infrastructure that works? Do we want a better education system? Do we want to lower costs of housing and gas and groceries and everything else, which is the mandate of this administration? That's what we are all about. We're about stopping and ending forever wars and lowering costs for our constituents. We will not allow them to continue to lie to the American people. We'll hold them to account, and I'm so proud to stand with my colleagues here who will continue to speak up and not let them lie to us and, more importantly, to the American people. It is my honor now is Mike here? Mike Thompson? Nope, okay. I think he's on the way. My honor now to invite up a key member of our leadership. We're so proud to have him as our veteran voice in the leadership of our party, Representative Ted Lieu. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Congressman Moulton and the co-chairs of the House Democratic Veterans Caucus, Congressmembers Ryan and DeLuzio, for setting up this press conference, and all the Democratic veterans who are here today. Healthcare costs are skyrocketing. We also know that for the first time since the early pandemic and 2008 recession, America is losing blue-collar jobs, has been doing so since this February, and food prices continue to increase. And what is Donald Trump's response? Quote, in his words, running Venezuela. That is insane. That is not what the American people want. The American people want this president and Republicans to focus on the affordability crisis. And now we're hearing that the administration is going to seize Venezuela's oil, sell it, and then help rebuild Venezuela with that oil money. We should be rebuilding America, not rebuilding Venezuela. The focus of the Trump administration is completely misplaced. And what's even more alarming is they have no plan for the day after for Venezuela. There's no specific plan as to how they're going to get to a democracy. And the person they're backing right now, Delcy Rodriguez, is the hand-picked vice president of Maduro. They have the same repressive regime in place right now that's being even more repressive against the people of Venezuela, because now they're going after all sorts of Venezuelans, confiscating their cell phones. So things, in fact, are even worse right now than they were just a few days ago, and there is no plan, and we need to hear a plan from this administration. And as Seth Moulton has said, our military does amazing things. That's what America does. But it's always the day after that America has big problems with, and this administration needs to come up with a plan and needs to focus on helping Americans. That's what we should do. My honor now to introduce the amazing Representative Mike Thompson from Northern California.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to stand with my fellow veterans today. I served in combat with 173rd Airborne Brigade. I was wounded in combat, and like everyone else on this stage who has served in combat, I'm here to tell you that war needs to be the absolute last resort. We all know it because we've all lived it. And many of our colleagues, many of our fellow military folks did not come home. The sad reality is that in war, people die. Now, there's no question that Maduro is a bad guy, but there's also no question that it's Congress that must approve acts of war. And if we send someone's son or daughter into harm's way, we better have a damn good reason to do that. And I'm here to tell you that oil is not a damn good reason to send anyone into combat. In 2002, I opposed the invasion of Iran. and Iraq. And I got lots of criticism for doing that. It was a decision that I thought was important because we were sending troops into harm's way. I knew that people's sons and daughters would die. And I also knew that the justification that we were given was nonsense. It wasn't accurate. This is no different. We have not heard any justification. It was all about drugs 2 days ago. Today, it's all about oil. And as I said, oil is no reason to send anyone's sons or daughters into combat. So I'm here to ask that the American people stand with us and that we stand with the American people against any unprovoked military expansion in Venezuela, in Cuba, in Greenland, or any of this other nonsense that this administration is talking about. I'm here to call on the Speaker to bring up the bill that we're talking about today to prevent this president from enacting war without a vote of the Congress of the United States of America. And it's my honor to ask Representative Houlihan, a great service member, a great veteran, and a great colleague. Thank you.
Thank you. I very much appreciate being here with my colleagues, my fellow veterans. I had prepared remarks, but have decided to sort of go off the cuff because as I was walking in here, I was asked by a reporter what my thoughts were about what's happening with Senator Kelly and the attacks that have been made against him and his honored and storied career, and whether or not his statement represented how we should be responding. And the truth is, there were 6 of us, and now there are more. And there are more of us than are standing here on this stage who are veterans, who believe in the fact, as my dad raised me to understand, that the Department of Defense is the last line of defense. It is not something that you use to bend the world to your will whenever you feel like it. And effectively, that's what this administration is doing without any sort of clarity or understanding of why we're doing this. And I think that it is important and impactful when people like we are, people who have served anywhere from the Vietnam War through Desert Storm and through all of the current and modern wars, remember our history well enough to know that this is not what we are put in this service to do. This is not what our oath is about. And so I'm very grateful to be standing here. I'm very hopeful that eventually that I will not be just joined by Democratic veterans, but also by Republican veterans as well, who understand and remember their history, who understand and remember that we are the Department of Defense, not anything else. I'm grateful to be here, and it's my opportunity to introduce another fine veteran, another one from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Representative DeLuzio.
Thank you, Representative Houlihan. I'm so proud to be joined and stand here with my fellow veterans. I'll lay out a pretty simple standard that I think we all should ask whether you send Americans to fight or occupy a foreign land. Can you look young people in the eye and say they should risk their life and maybe die for it? Can you look parents and grandparents in the eye and say that their children or grandchildren should risk their lives and maybe die for it? I think if I ask my constituents and the folks on this stage ask theirs whether their kids and grandkids or maybe them should go risk their lives to bleed and die to occupy Venezuela for their oil, I bet you they say no. And the interesting thing to me is this administration has not even asked. The Republicans we serve with in Congress don't even want to ask their constituents that. I'll ask them some questions. If, God forbid, Americans come back and flag-draped caskets, are you going to stand there and tell their parents and their widows and their children it was worth it? There are already 7 Americans that we know of who were wounded in what happened over the weekend, and thank God they survived. And as I understand it, will recover. These are not idle or hypothetical risks. And so many on this stage understand that or have friends who may not have come home. That's the standard. So the Congress, Democrats and Republicans, should grow a spine, look at the Constitution in Article 1 that rests those war powers with us and the American people, not a president, not any president. That's my simple message. Our Republican colleagues should do the same and join us. Thank you. And I should introduce, from the Commonwealth of Virginia, Representative Midman.
Thank you so much. So thank you to my colleagues, Seth Moulton and Pat Ryan, for gathering us here today, and to all of the Democratic veterans that have put on this uniform, this country's cloth. Today I stand before you, a 25-year Army veteran and a member of the U.S. Armed Services, House Armed Services Committee representing tens of thousands of active duty service members and veterans in the 7th Congressional District of Virginia. And here's what I know to be true. The American people don't want this war in Venezuela. And let there be no mistake, the actions that took place on the 3rd day of this year were an act of war. It was regime change, it was dozens of aircraft bombing, and that American blood and treasure has already been expended. The real question going forward is how much. The president did not come to the American people to make his case about why the operations in Venezuela, which were conducted really magnificently, and I commend the U.S. military and armed forces for that, but he didn't come to the American people, nor did he go to Congress to seek authorization for the military force. And he should have. Regardless of the president's actions, I believe the decisions to take this country into war demand transparency and the consent of the American people. Through the voices of the elected representatives of the American people, the people that are standing before you today. I served in Iraq. My twin brother was wounded in Iraq. We know firsthand that wars are easy to start and extraordinarily hard to finish. Like Bush, Donald Trump lied to the American people. Trump said this was about drugs, but obviously we know this is about oil. And apparently the cost of protection is around 30 to 50 million barrels of oil because the regime still remains in place. He said he'd be the president of peace, and now he's dropping bombs all over the place in Venezuela and many other places. He said he wasn't pursuing regime change, but he got rid of Maduro, and now apparently Marco Rubio is running Venezuela, which, based on the hearing the briefing we just received, sounds pretty darn questionable. Lies like these get us into wars like Iraq and put our soldiers at risk. Once lives are put in harm's way, there's no simple exit and no easy way of undoing the consequences. Of the 7 wounded, at least one may have permanent injuries, and he'll have to live that. He and his family will have to live that for the rest of their lives. The American people don't want war in Venezuela, and these wars started because people like Donald Trump and his cabinet lied to us. We need to avoid Iraq 2.0. Believe your eyes and not the lies. And with that, I have the distinct privilege of introducing Representative Goodlander.
I want to thank Congressman Moulton and Congressman Ryan for bringing us together. This is some of my favorite people in Congress, and I feel at home with this group because I think 3 things really bring us here today. First and foremost, we had the honor of seeing firsthand in uniform how extraordinary our United States military is and how precious our service members are. There is no greater love than a love that leads a person to put their life on the line for their country. And that's what our service members do every single day. Their trust is a precious resource. And the costs of war are costs that we should be talking about all day, every day, because they are the costs in lives and the costs in taxpayer dollars at a moment when people across our country, across my home state, are having to make some of the most painful choices that you could ever imagine a person making because we are in the midst of a full-blown cost crisis. Having to choose between healthcare and housing, having to choose between gas and groceries. These are painful choices that no American should have to make. At the end of the day, we all took an oath to this Constitution, and I carry it with me everywhere I go because it's very useful on this job, in ways big and small. We will honor our oath by being relentless in pursuing answers to basic questions. Questions like, what comes next in Venezuela? How much is this going to cost in lives and in dollars? And we will be relentless in upholding our oath to this great Constitution because this is a fragile experiment that we're undertaking. And there's nothing that tests this experiment more than a government that is not honest with its people and a government that is not smart about its resources. So I'm grateful to be with this group, and I turn it now over to my colleague from the great state of California, Congressman Tran.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Thank Rep. Moulton and Ryan for convening this. Good afternoon. I'm Representative Derek Tran. I am an Army veteran, proudly serving the people of California's 45th District. I enlisted in the Army Reserve when I was 18 years old because I believed that it was my duty to give back to the country that gave me and my family everything. In 2003, when I was a senior in college, just months away from graduation, I was activated for Operation Noble Eagle and Enduring Freedom. I answered the call to action without hesitation. It was a great honor to don the uniform in defense of the country that I love so much. But it was a huge risk for me, for my brothers and sisters in uniform, and for our families. As veterans, we know firsthand the gravity of taking military action, sending Americans, men and women, into harm's way, require unimpeachable judgment and a steadfast commitment to the rule of law. By ignoring the Constitution and failing to inform Congress about the military actions in Venezuela, President Trump ignored that sacred duty to our troops. And what was this all for? Oil? American lives for oil. We've seen this before. Thousands of American soldiers were killed. Thousands more had their lives indelibly scarred, and trillions in taxpayer dollars was wasted when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003. Over 20 years later, we stand on the brink of yet another costly forever war that threatens the lives of our heroes in uniform. The American people deserves better than this. Families are looking to their leaders for relief with skyrocketing costs, and instead the president is draining their hard-earned tax dollars on a senseless war. I love this country, and I will always fight to defend it. We need to hold this administration accountable for its flagrant disregard for our Constitution, our service members, and the needs of the American people. Needs to be first and foremost. Enough is enough. The last thing our country needs is another forever war. Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to Rep. Cisneros.
Thank you all for being here today. I am Congressman Gil Cisneros from California, a Navy veteran, member of the House Armed Services Committee, as well as a former Undersecretary of Defense in the Department of Defense. I stand here today with my colleagues today to condemn the Trump administration's reckless and unconstitutional military action in Venezuela. The Constitution's clear. Only Congress, not the President, has the power to authorize war or military action. This pursuit of military intervention and regime change without any concrete plan or any way to how to address the instability it's now created within Venezuela is ludicrous. I know because I served in our military, I worked at the Pentagon. This is not how America prioritizes its national security. Our service members are not pawns to be used by the president. Trump can get the media so that Trump can get the media off his back. We all know what this military action was about. It's about oil, and it always has been. Hell, even Trump gave up his, he talked to the heads of oil companies before he even talked to members of Congress. If it was, if it was, he would not have pardoned. If this was about drugs, like he said at the beginning, he would not have ever pardoned a convicted drug trafficker while capturing another. The American people deserve transparency, and Trump can boast he can boast that he's more transparent than any administration in history, but that's a flat-out lie. Trump, Hegseth, and Rubio are hiding from accountability, and they need to publicly justify what the justification was for their actions. I am deeply disturbed by the president, his actions that he is taking, this unilaterally making these highly contentious actions in another country, and I stand firmly against sending America into another endless war over oil. We cannot allow the Trump administration to unconstitutionally and recklessly keep playing with our national security. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague and friend, Representative Jimmy Panetta.
Thank you, Gil. Thank you, Representative Moulton, and thank you to my fellow veteran colleagues here. Jimmy Panetta, 19th Congressional District, Afghanistan war veteran. What we've seen with this intervention is that it brought great uncertainty, instability, and insecurity, all because Congress doesn't have enough tenacity to stand up to this president. As much as all of us up here appreciate the swift, amazing, and super job done by our special forces and intelligence community to remove a despot on January 3rd, we are gravely concerned about the uncertainty that lies ahead in the day after. This Vice President Rodriguez, we don't know what she's about. We don't know who supports her internally or externally. We don't know when she's going to have elections. We don't know if there was a deal for oil. In regards to oil, we don't know who's going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars to extract and revive that industry. We don't know whether or not the oil market, which is already filled with reserves, is going to accept more oil. We don't know how much this operation is going to cost. This uncertainty leads to great instability, not just in Venezuela, but in the region and with the United States of America. It brings insecurity. This president is all about spheres of influence. But what we've seen when we leave it up to China and Russia to have their own sphere, they dominate it. And that's when they threaten the United States of America. This is not about spheres of influence. We need to make it as a Congress about a sphere of governance. We, as a United States Congress, need to step up to our constitutional authorities. We need to ensure that this president abides by the Constitution. But this is what happens when you come to Congress, when you lie to Congress, and when you go around Congress. That's why Congress needs to show tenacity, a tenacity that it hasn't shown in the 119th, now more than ever. Not just to prevent these types of wars, but to make sure that we live up to our constitutional duties. It's my honor to represent a good friend of mine, fellow veteran, Jason Crow.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you to my fellow veterans. It's always an honor to stand with them in defense of our Constitution and our nation. I must say, as a 3-time combat veteran, I get pretty damn hot when a 5-time draft dodger bangs the war drums and talks about how easy it is to send boots on the ground in a foreign country. It's a pattern of abusing our military, disrespecting our military that continues to this day. You know, I learned years ago that when elites bang the war drums and talk tough in Washington, D.C., they're not talking about them or their kids going to do the thing. They're talking about kids like me, working class folks from around this country where I grew up that have to pick up a gun, jump into a helicopter or a tank and a ship and go do the hard work. And that's why I bristle when elites once more in this town are so cavalier about the use of American lives and American military power. Let's also be clear that our job as members of Congress is not to be cheerleaders. You've seen all sorts of our Republican colleagues talking about how amazing this operation was. I agree with them. There's no doubt that we have the ability to go almost anywhere in the world at the time and place of our choosing and kill or capture our adversaries or our enemies. That is true. But that's not our job as members of Congress. Our job is to make sure that's being done the right way and for the right reasons, and we're being stewards of the taxpayer dollar. Here are some things we know to be true. There's a lot we don't know, but here are some things we do know to be true. This is not about drugs, and this will not stop the scourge of fentanyl and meth that is killing our children and devastating our communities, because none of those drugs actually come from Venezuela. The drugs that are actually killing our kids are coming from other places. Here's another thing we know to be true. This is not about democracy and freedom for the people of Venezuela, because you've just heard over and over again that the Maduro regime remains intact. In fact, it's more oppressive sitting here today than it ever has been. What this is Donald Trump acting like an organized crime boss
and using our military to shake down foreign leaders. Not only is that wrong and illegal, but it's going to undermine the safety and security of the American people. Because a smaller, weaker America with fewer friends means we have to go it alone. And when we go it alone, Americans have to suffer the consequences. That's what this is about. That's what we will continue to fight back against. That is what our duty and our oath compel. Thank you.
All right, well, I want to thank my amazing colleagues. It makes me so proud to stand up here with all of you fellow veterans. You heard powerful words backed by deep credibility from the members of Congress standing with me. But fundamentally, you heard from Americans who are willing to do our jobs here in Congress, just as we did our jobs serving the country in the armed services. We'd now be happy to take your questions. And because we are a military group, I will not hesitate to designate folks to answer them. I'm not going to answer all the questions myself, but if anyone would like to jump in, just speak up.
Did you, in the briefing, did you receive any indication that your justifications of law enforcement or national interest could be laying a predicate for actions in other countries like Cuba or Colombia?
Jim, you want to take this?
Look, obviously, we're not going into much about the briefing, and I don't think we should, based on the fact on the TS nature of that briefing. However, what we've seen from this administration is obviously statements that have made clear their intentions as to what they want to do when it comes to, as I said, this sphere of influence, this Don Roe doctrine that he so likes to brag about, basically letting others know that they will do whatever they want when it comes to intervention. And what's unfortunate, and what we have to stand up to, is that they're going to make up whatever they want when it comes to the legalities of these types of actions. I mean, this is the incoherence of this type of policy when they said the drug boats were about narco-terrorism, yet then they do regime change, and it's for law enforcement purposes. Like I said, this inconsistency leads to this instability, and unfortunately, that's why we have so much uncertainty at this point.
I'll just add that at some point you question the value of these briefings, because they've obviously been lying to us about this operation, so I don't know why we would believe they would tell us the truth about Greenland or anywhere else. Next question. Yes.
Thank you. A number of you have mentioned how you have to stand up to the Trump administration to have more tenacity or to have a spine, I think someone said as well. Could you realistically talk about what does that look like? And then have you spoken to any of your friends across the aisle to see if there's Republican support for standing up?
Who would like to take that?
You want to talk about the resolution? And your resolution as part of that?
Sure. Why don't you speak to it, Pat?
Well, so I think there are multiple pieces to both formally and informally what we're able to do, and would welcome colleagues to join. One is we have already introduced a series of war powers resolutions, including one that tragically failed by one vote before the end of the year. And there are plans to introduce, including the one that Seth is leading, continuing legislation to make clear we will not fund another forever war in the United States of America on our watch, and particularly introducing the idea, I think, to Seth's credit, of funding and our precious treasure of this nation hopefully will bring some more courage from our Republican colleagues. And I do want to say, like, Congress needs to step up, but I want to be very clear and explicit about that. Congressional Democrats have stepped up multiple times. Knowing that this was coming, or fearing anyway, we introduced multiple war powers resolutions to constrain exactly this scenario. And we will continue to do that now that we've seen the actions that they've taken. We just need, a few Republicans actually did vote in favor of at least one of those before the end of the year. And my hope is that now that we've seen the dishonesty and the lies, that we'll see more of them.
The bill that Congressman Ryan is talking about is very simple. It just says taxpayer dollars will not go to ground operations in Venezuela. We should have that vote. That's our responsibility in Congress to have that vote. And I can tell you that I have heard directly from Republicans that they would be, quote, raising hell if Joe Biden were doing this. Next.
On the
Sir.
point about the taxpayer dollars, are you planning on offering that as an amendment to a defense appropriations bill this month, or what's the mechanism?
I mean, we're going to try to offer it however we can to get a vote on it.
Okay.
Next.
What about hearings? Is there any prospect of any hearings?
Well, we're certainly going to push for hearings, but, you know, the question will be, will they tell us the truth? Other questions?
Both you as well as some of your colleagues have mentioned inaccuracies, lack of information, et cetera. What's the balance from y'all's standpoint, especially on the Armed Forces Committee, between maintaining security for this type of operation and maintaining
your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better? There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get. Next, a message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America. We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not take the bait that these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made this city a better place. That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want. Finally, you know, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim, now deceased, to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy, and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N-O''Hara. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, council members. Commissioner, I'll open it to questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired those shots at this point?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor, we're hearing the ICE officer stopped a position from helping the lady who was shot. Is that true? We've seen videos all over social media that someone tried to help this lady, and they were pointing guns at and told to get away. Do you know about that at all?
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot, and ICE officers then pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a video of the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That is not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly, since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking about.
Mayor, she wasn't driving.
Over here.
She wasn't driving a car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911? They say an agent's phone or an agent's pointing a gun at them. How does the city of Minneapolis handle that situation? Or consider that?
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. I'll turn it over to the chief. Yeah.
What does the city do when someone calls 911 and a federal agent's
Oh, I see. Yeah.
that sort of thing?
I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them? Chief.
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she there as a legal observer, protester, bystander? What do you know that you can share?
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Chief, just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is now dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed, but it also is something that is possible. At times it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary. I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry. The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen any information other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Were there children in the car with her?
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious if you're thinking about contacting federal authorities to register your concerns about this, personally making phone calls, et cetera.
Yes, we've been on the phone all morning. as soon as we learned about this, again, there were a series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim in any way that we could. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There was the notion that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves were creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claimed to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state. You know, we do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our state. And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime. What this federal administration is doing right now is not about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not. It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that is moving forward, and they need to leave Minneapolis.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Mayor, you may know this with your legal background. If a shooting is found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or the state rather, have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent, if the feds don't?
So obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat because it is true, an investigation still does need to be conducted. I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning. It does not appear that the individual is trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, who prosecutes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer in full to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out. Chief, do you have any additional information, or Commissioner?
The only thing I would add to the mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
Can I just add something to that too? What's very important is that for our communities that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Most certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that is needed for our communities, and so that's something that I can tell you that there's already been conversations from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the BCA that have already taken place today. How that's going to roll out, we don't know yet, but we are making sure that there is some kind of local entity, namely the BCA, that has a part in this investigation for the purposes of transparency and expedient transparency as to what happened today.
One more. If that's it.
So,
Thank you, everybody.
final piece, again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the media for being here and disseminating this very important information around this tragic incident. To reiterate a final message to our community members, I understand the anger. Let's unite around hope and love and peace and getting justice. That's what we need to be doing right now. I appreciate the service from everybody up here as well as the 435,000 people that call Minneapolis home. Thank you.
Got some housekeeping for you in just a moment after everyone leaves. Okay, so all media questions, first of all, I'm Scott Wasserman, I'm the Communications Director at the city. All media questions should go to communications@minneapolismn, like Minnesota, communications@minneapolismn.gov. There was a question earlier about what happens when you call 911. We have some information on our website, minneapolismn.gov/federal. minneapolismn.gov/federal. And then I'll be here if you guys have any questions. I don't know if I'll be able to answer. I'm just curious. So it's online. So it's on our website. I can text you. Oh, okay, why don't you come to me and then, just come here. Hey, how are you? Oh,
You're good? You good? You good? We will not put up with life. We will not put up with life. We will not put up with life. Up with life. We will not put up with life. We will not put up with life. We will not put up with life. You just got off from work? Are you working? Where? Down the block. You heard the shots? I heard the talking. She was, I believe she was in America. So I think for her later to head back to the States and start talking something. Just letting you guys know. I'm like, we're clearing. Be safe. I'll see you. I'm sure I'll see you later. Do we have any indication of how we're divvying up angles? Yeah, okay. Yeah, hold on, have the mic. Yep, we're still here. We're still here on Del 3. Okay. Let me drop this. They're coming to us. Okay,
Yeah, there's still a crowd here at 34th and Portland in South Minneapolis. In fact, this crowd has grown considerably, even over the course of the last couple of hours. We've seen community leaders, we've seen elected officials, we've seen folks who work in our immigrant communities as well as for nonprofits. Minneapolis police and Hennepin County sheriffs are the ones who have this area barricaded off. Again, you had mentioned just a moment ago that this is a crime scene. That Honda Pilot that we know the person who was killed was driving is still up against a snowbank where we're told it had crashed following that shooting. I can tell you tensions have been incredibly high here over the course of the last several hours. In fact, just within the last 15 minutes, we saw two people who were here, I'm assuming both here to demonstrate and protest, and someone bumped someone and someone pushed someone back, and there was a fight that went down this street. So again, just to kind of give you a picture of how high tensions are. Minneapolis police are standing down, if you will. You can hear the shouting, you can hear the protesting, but there's been no effort to move one way or the other from a law enforcement side. It effectively, for the last 2 hours, has been, and just as I say that, there's a vehicle attempting to leave here off on 34th. I'm not sure if there will be any sort of conflict. That really is where we have seen the greatest conflicts today, obviously, aside from this fatal shooting from this federal agent and this demonstrator. But we saw very great direct conflicts between protesters and demonstrators as you see people putting out their fists up. We've seen great conflict between protesters and demonstrators and federal agents. As those federal agents attempted to leave the scene, I can tell you that those federal agents were using every non-lethal tool within their ability. We saw multiple chemical agents used. We saw tear gas used. We saw pepper spray, and even the rounds. You see, they look almost like paintball guns with the rounds of pepper spray in there. I can tell you that at one point there was a person who got directly tangled up with a federal agent who pushed that person to the ground, and I had my phone. I was standing right behind them trying to document what was happening, and from a direct standing over position, that federal agent fired one of those rounds of pepper spray right into that person's face, and he was bleeding, and again, a pepper spray. So just these really intense clashes between these protesters who are here on the scene and these, in that case, it was federal agents. I know you all have been saying this, but the context of this week cannot go without saying. We were told earlier this week, or it was reported by top ICE officials, that this is the biggest ICE enforcement effort ever. That is what was told. That's what's been repeated, is the fact that there are 2,000 federal agents on the ground in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities to carry out these ICE activities. And this, of course, comes after a months-long ICE push, which, of course, the Operation Metro Surge, where we saw over 1,000 people arrested, Jonah and Aaron, during that. And we also saw clashes that turned violent in South Minneapolis. And we saw, those moments of the protesters really throwing snowballs, getting in the face of federal agents. And I think one thing that will be a topic of conversation over the course of the next several weeks is if that federal agent felt their life was in danger. Of course, the statement we got from the feds said that that demonstrator was attempting to use their vehicle, weaponize their vehicle. The story we heard from neighbors and what we saw in that recorded cell phone video by a bystander was a federal agent attempting to go and open the driver's side door of that Honda Pilot. You saw the pilot then attempt to drive away, and that's when you saw that same federal agent who was attempting to open the door fire 3 shots point blank range directly into the car. I can tell you that those same neighbors said they saw medics attempting to give CPR. I saw a video firsthand of those medics attempting to give one person CPR literally on the snowbank on the side of Portland. I had heard anecdotally from neighbors that we spoke with that because of the massive scene, and I'm talking hundreds of federal agents in a 1.5 block radius, there really could have been a difficulty getting an ambulance in to provide that immediate care for that individual. And again, we've heard anecdotally from neighbors that that person was eventually carried to get that life-saving or attempt at life-saving measures from paramedics. But again, Jonah and Aaron, this started at 9:30 today. It's been hours, and this scene shows no signs of calming down. Minneapolis police are the ones on scene. Hennepin County Sheriff's officers are the ones on scene. But I can tell the both of you that when we first arrived around 10 or 10:15, this was as large of a federal scene as I've ever witnessed. And again, what we've been told and what has been promised by the federal government was that this week, or this next 30 days rather, starting this week, would be the largest federal enforcement crackdown our nation has ever seen when it comes to immigration. 2,000 agents on the ground here in the Twin Cities. I can tell you, I personally witnessed hundreds of agents, including the head of Border Patrol, Greg Bovino, was on the ground here, and we had seen Kristi Noem, the Secretary of DHS, in St. Paul yesterday, and you've seen the federal government use the fact that they're there, boots on the ground, and promotional material and videos that they've been posting. And so we saw Greg Bovino here, so I'm not sure if that they were attempting to make an arrest here. That was part of, sort of promotional material, but we do know that that person that was killed, shot at point blank range by that federal agent inside the vehicle that they were in, we're told was attempting to block those federal agents' path down Portland. Again, I've seen that video. Again, it shows the federal agent attempt to open the door of that vehicle. And again, the driver of that Honda Pilot attempts to drive that car away. And that's when you hear those 3 shots from me to this camera, maybe 2, not even feet away, point blank range, if you will, 3 shots into that car, killing that person. And Jonah and Aaron, we're told there will be a vigil here tonight at 5 at this intersection in South Minneapolis. But I can tell you this crowd is angry. We are now on day 45, if you will, if this started December 1st, or day 40. I've lost track of the days, but we know as FBI agents are following us right here. Dave, if we can get a shot, there's FBI agents literally following 2 FBI agents walking right past us, and you can see this is just what we've been seeing, Jonah and Aaron, is crowds following these agents anytime they attempt to leave. But I can tell you both, Jonah and Aaron, you get the sense that this has been going on since the beginning of December as far as Operation Metro Surge. People's emotions are high, and I think what we saw today could very well end up being a boiling point for folks in this community, just as far as anger and frustration and emotion of what we've seen. And this crowd, again, I'd say roughly 500-600 people, shows no intention of leaving anytime soon, this intersection here at 34th and Portland.
Clear? I assume we are.
Are we clear? They're burning a flag. Let's get over there.
We're going over here?
We'll go straight around to that sidewalk. Excuse me.
Protesting is not a crime.
We will say it every time.
Protesting is not a crime.
Protesting is not a crime.
Ayan. Ayan. Yeah, we do want that. Fuck America, you asshole. We will say it every time. Protesting is not a crime. Protesting is not a crime.
We will say it every time. Protesting is not a crime.
Kind of a good metaphor here, huh?
Officer, you should have been aborted.
We are having an emergency rally and vigil at this intersection today at 5 o'clock. So we will have speakers and chants.
Yep, I got you.
And we want to see you all there if you feel safe. If you feel safe here, yeah, a woman of 30 So we're here back. We're going to maybe have another press conference soon, but there's a rally at 5 o'clock here today. So we hope to see you there. Say it once, say it twice. We will not put up with ICE.
Say it once, say it twice.
We will not put up with ICE!
Say it once, say it twice.
We will not put up with ICE!
Say it once, say it twice.
We will not put up with ICE!
Say it once, say it twice.
We will not put up with ICE!
What?
We will not put up with ICE.
Say it once, say it twice.
We will not put up with ICE.
Say it once, say it twice.
We will not put up with ICE.
Say it once, say it twice.
We will not put up with ICE.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Yes, you are. Go home. Go home. Show me your ID. If you're not from the south side, get the fuck out of here. That's what I fucking thought. Keep walking, bitch. Show me your ID.
كده حد تاني معانا نتابع.
This shit was fake. That's fake as fuck. Don't believe that. Don't let anybody believe that. That's not what this community is about. That was a fucking... No, I haven't seen jeans like that in this neighborhood since 2003. That motherfucker wasn't from here. Came here to burn that shit. He had lamp oil and a lighter. In an upside down flag. Don't record me. What the fuck is that about?
Immigrants are welcome here.
We're at a crime scene. What do you mean?
Immigrants are welcome here. Immigrants are welcome here.
Engagement from we're back to where we were. White people are not the target, right? He doesn't understand that. He's too naive to understand that. Him burning the flag is creating some type of angst in the crowd for them to have more reason to come in and start spraying the weapon on people that weren't white. That's the reason. He came, started burning the flag, thought he was doing it, oh yeah, fuck the government. No.
come and support a problem that is, you want to come support the problem, but you don't want to add to it. Burning a flag add to it? I don't think so. Other people, right now, our country is in fucking danger. Exactly. It's not a time that anybody should be proud. You're right. Exactly. Hell no. But us burning flags isn't going to be right.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Fuck that flag, bro.
Thank you so much more. Fuck that flag. Since the beginning of this country, bro.
This nigga Trump is the modern Hitler, bro.
Since the beginning of this country.
This nigga is the modern Hitler, bro. Hey, fuck that flag. Everything this was built on was genocide, bro.
What do we do? Stand up, fight back. Yeah, just somewhere out. I just saw her.
What did you say while we do what?
Probably look at our phones. Feel vulnerable.
Right. Let's set up right up here. Look at that. Thank you. Set up beside you real quick. That's all right. Hold something? Grab one. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. We don't need anybody falling down. I know. Oh, you're welcome.
Good? Okay. Thank you. I'll go down this way. It's just getting slippery. See you later. Need my arm? I'm good. Thank you. It's getting slick out here. cleaned the strip so you wouldn't fall in my yard. Okay. All right. You're good. Thanks. Excuse me. Thanks. Appreciate it.
God damn, y'all. I hope you guys have some sort of peace nightmares tonight. Absolute guilty consciences on every one of you. Fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I heard the director say we're done. So at first I thought they were going to continue, but I'm not sure if they'll continue. I'm going to stop.
Bus has been boarded. Did I said that before, the state capitol up there. So they all go to the state capitol. Tell Ice to go to bus home. The couple back us on the nation for you guys get a bonus when you get past the car. You guys get a bonus when you give a blowjob in the car. You do another officer for no bonus.
personally believe that the things that are happening, you don't have to talk about it. I just don't see it happening except for you.
like murder for hire. By the president. Y'all hold these phones.
posh as fuck. He's just daydreaming about fucking beating us up.
Can't beat me up. I bet he ain't got hands.
Itty bitty bacon beans. Come on, one-on-one.
I'm talking to you guys.
I honestly don't care about your shot. I'm sorry. You got a whole fucking thing going on here. Y'all worried about
You're fucking complicit in murder! Every last one of you fucking traitors! All you fucking thumbs! Quit your fucking fascist job! All you Jewelry fucks are traitors!
One more spot.
Putting up a wall of people that care about you taking weapons. What is the point? Seriously. How long have you guys planned to do this type of operation? That was funny.
Oh, that's crazy.
You got to cut right back here. Okay.
Oh, he left. Yeah, I think he is.
Walk sideways down the grass.
Thank you. I don't want to follow gear.
No matter what.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go?
I don't know. It feels like anything could happen, but you know what happened? These guys back there, he was on the same account, but I've seen that happen. He told me how to grab it. All right. Sounds good. Thanks. Yeah, go over there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
perimeter.
Hey guys, just real quick. I think most folks here already know the folks who are going to be talking. It's going to be fairly brief. First speaker will be Governor Walz. Second speaker will be DPS Commissioner Bob Jacobson. They'll each give some brief remarks. Just a heads up to you, I know there's a lot of questions about the investigation. I think what you will hear from the Commissioner is that yes, we are helping out with it. But when it comes to details of the investigation, if questions start asking too many of those, because we're not going to answer any of them, we'll just assume that everybody's questions are done and we can call it. Any questions for me real quickly? Okay, Walls, you know the name Jacobson, Bob, and it's Owen on the end, Jacobson.
When are they going to get started?
Well, we're scheduled at 2:15. That's always our goal. It's good to have goals. I would say within 5 minutes or so.
We're still waiting for this more RSVP press release. It might be 5-10 minutes or so. I'll be right here if you guys have any questions. Yep. closer to about 2:30, just as an update. Let me know your question. Read that.
Yeah, I think it'll be. Hey Jake, will this interfere if they put mic up here? No, it'll be good. Okay.
Can you all hear me? Audio, can everyone hear me? Good, good. All right, I know that a couple people walked in. Thank you.
Guys, sorry this is taking a few minutes longer than we expected. Just a reminder, if questions start going through the investigation, obviously the investigation is only a few hours old, and we don't comment on those anyway. So if the questions go to the specifics of the investigation, we'll just assume that all questions are done. We'll get back to you here in just a couple minutes.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that an ICE officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We have been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV, and today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear, Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident, but we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this: I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully, as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this: please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be heard. Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces, marching or walking, not on roadways, making your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs, being present in public areas where pedestrians are allowed, gathering in designated or permitted areas, and these actions will allow people to express themselves while protecting the safety of everyone involved. Unsafe or illegal actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety, disrupt emergency services, or put people at risk. These actions could result in fines or arrest. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting. As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'd be glad to take any questions.
The National Guard at the ready, would you?
Yeah, and I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I could let the General talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had a lot of work done on teams being ready to make sure that civil unrest. And what that means, and I think Commissioner Jacobson was very clear, and I want Minnesotans to hear this from me. The desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time, but it needs to be done safely. And I think the commissioner simply just laid out some of those parameters. We can do that. This is the peaceful resistance that we need. Simon, you want to say a few things about what that means to have them on the ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. So for the military, Minnesota National Guard is comprised of 13,000 soldiers and airmen. We live all across and work throughout Minnesota. A warning order is just an initial step to increase your preparations. The Minnesota Guard is always prepared to respond and support state agencies and the citizens of Minnesota. So what that means for us today is just some additional checks on equipment that is ready at all times, and maybe some additional phone calls to service members who might be activated, but no activations. We are embedded with our state agencies here at the Operations Center to just continue parallel planning in the event that we are needed to support.
Thanks, General. And I would make note, Mary, and to Minnesotans on this about the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes.
I mean, what is your threshold for activating the National Guard? You're talking about large-scale demonstrations, but the demonstrations at these ICE raids have been increasing in tension to the point where we saw a woman shot and killed today.
Yeah, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this. Both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just want to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know. We're going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard, we're there responding to the chaos they've created too, but our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen.
Should be a state presence moving forward at these sites?
I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. And I look, I'm going to note to all of you, I think it's really important, and the professionals do this, and they train me to do this. This is an open investigation. You need to be very careful about it. I know that many of you, myself included, have seen a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watched their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being. This very well is an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So no, I have not, but once we do, we will. So yes.
Have you done much in terms of, you mentioned adding to the state patrol. Could you say more about how many state patrol people are on the ground right now? And then also, okay, I'll just ask. So the governor was mentioning mobilizing more of the state patrol. How many state patrol people are on the ground in Minneapolis right now? And should there have been more state patrol people on the ground a couple of weeks ago when ICE came?
So the question was, how many state patrol troopers have been deployed to the city of Minneapolis? Right now, we don't talk typical numbers because that is considered security information. We do have a specialized team that does deal with crowd control, and so they have been deployed. But again, they are from all over the state of Minnesota, so they will come in tiers to the state.
And they had already been on the ground to some extent before today?
No, it was in response to this event.
Just to clarify the intention of deploying National Guard, is there any chance that the National Guard is going to be deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans?
I'm sorry. What was
the National Guard, Minnesota National Guard, ever deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans, given the context of what happened earlier today?
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case that the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission. There's the federal mission when they're under Title 10 orders, and then they're under Title 32 orders. In this warning order, there's nothing officially been done yet. If I am to activate them as the Commander-in-Chief of the Minnesota National Guard, I will issue the executive order to the Minnesota National Guard, and then they will be put in state duty status. And as you've seen over the last few years, that could be flood prevention, that could be after a wind-blowing storm up in the north, up in Bemidji, or it could be COVID or George Floyd response. In this case, again, it doesn't necessarily change the mission. They're there to protect Minnesotans. They're there to serve Minnesotans. I think the thing that is so challenging in the moment we're in is we don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community, and we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there, total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this is the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things, I don't know what to tell you. And I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota, and you can be assured whether it's the State Patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time, and I want to be very careful. It's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name, and that's very difficult. So, well, one more, Dana. Dana.
The president's tweet, he says, quote, "We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence in July." I'm wondering what you make of that if you're worried for law enforcement.
Look, and I understand the uniqueness of this moment in this week, following this week, seeing what's happening in the backdrop of a show hearing in D.C. My job is to govern, and my job is to see what the facts are. This happened a couple of hours ago, and we're already pitting American against American. All of you saw a video in your eyes. We have a chaotic situation caused by the largest deployment in American history of federal agents into a community with no communication to locals. We had a chaotic situation where an individual is in their car, shot and killed. And so, look, I want to be very cautious here because Donald Trump will make this about me. He will make this about politics. This is about public safety, and this is about normalcy. To Americans who are watching this, if you're in Portland or you're in LA or you're in Chicago or you're wherever they're coming next, stand with us. Stand with us against this. This was so preventable, so unnecessary, and I don't know. I hope. Maybe we're at the McCarthy moment. Do you have no decency? Do you have no decency? We have someone dead in their car for no reason whatsoever, and I don't want to be right about this, but I said if they do this, they're going to create a chaotic situation where someone innocent's going to get killed, and they did it. And now we hear more political rhetoric. Enough is enough. And so to Minnesotans, don't take the bait. Do not take the bait. Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out. Let's make sure we protect our neighbors. I encourage you to use your First Amendment rights and all of your constitutional rights, but do so in a peaceful manner. We'll gather back with you as soon as we gather more information that needs to be put out. But again, stay safe, Minnesotans, and we'll be back with you.